Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. What an active offline chat we have. How are we all doing? Hello, Dendro. Hello, Chemist. Hello, Hippo. Hello, Chromos. Hello, Dracus. Hello, Tina. I believe Jinla, Flobe, and Zay are in the void as well. How are we all? Hello, Anubis, mate. My Pal World cards came today. Ooh, or they come today. Hell yeah. Hello, Jinla. Is your birthday today? Happy birthday, Anubis. Happy birthday. Okay, I have to check the Discord then. You've not put it on. Good morning, good morning. I did good, Hippo, mate. Doing good. Drax is playing some Power World. Hell yeah. Chemist, thank you for the 215 stream streak. I really appreciate that. Hello, Void. And yeah, happy birthday, Anubis. Hope you have a great day. You got anything planned? Happy birthday, grandma / granddad. All of the above. Good morning, Freck. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm gonna turn off my alarm now. Today is the last stream day. Off! Just watch movies and harass my sister. What better way to spend a birthday? Harassing someone. In game. I looked up dice sets one time and now there's ads everywhere and I'm forced to be a responsible adult with my money. Do you ever find that you just don't even like search it? I have it like where I'm talking about something around the house or even like to you guys on stream and then suddenly I get adverts for it on my phone. I've not looked it up, but they're listening. They're eavesdropping. They're on YouTube while I watch D&D. Clicky, clacky, and math rocks are pretty. They are. I'm not into D&D at all, but they are pretty little nice. Whoa. Doo-doo. I wouldn't change much. I am too much in my sleep rhythm that the alarm isn't the thing preventing me sleeping in. Some days it is for me, some days it's not. I just wake up instinctively most, but... Oh yeah, Anubis. I don't play D&D either, but I collect the dice. I like rocks, but I don't like math. Math rocks? Don't know. That's a debate and a half. Yeah. Hello, Crow, mate. How are you doing today? Right. I instinctively went to load our zoo, but the zoo is done. We are doing something very different now. Whoa. I am alive. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Lauren. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Should I build this habitat in the African grassland? I suppose it doesn't matter where I build this, to be honest. It does not matter. 73, 72 later. I saw purple and black ones, and I had to put my phone away. Dear God, you finished a zoo? I did. Do you want to see it quickly before we start the next thing? A little birthday tour. Let's do it. It'll be somewhat speedy. I won't rush, but it'll be somewhat speedy, so lock in. And then yeah, we're gonna do a series of one-off habitat builds for animals that are returning in PlanetZoo 2 that we've either never built for or like have built once before 6 years ago or something, you know. Just so we can do a comparison later and chat votes on the animal. Made you pay. Chat votes on the animal as well. Today's the African leopard. So, here is our zoo. From an overview perspective. Here is our little cross-section snippet of the visitor car park and coach drop-off area. Obviously, there would be more that way, but we have the zoo boundary. So we have our drop-offs. We have our zebra crossings. Then we have a couple of additions before we even enter the zoo. We have a lagoon lodge. We built this. We built this gate actually, and this was quite difficult to do. One that opens on both sides, closes, locks. But yeah, you come through here, and you have your overnight lodges. This is a separate paid guest experience. We have ourselves a pond over here, but no swimming. I mean, you do you, I don't care. We have some showers and toilets for the people staying overnight. In there. And then we have the lodgings themselves. So we have a couple of different types. We have accessible ones. We have standard ones. And we have longer and larger family ones. All are named after the various animals we have in the zoo. We have a fire pit in the middle that we made. So you got a little fire pit in there. See the embers, you can see the smoke. We have the do's and don'ts while around the fire pit as well. Don't be naughty. We even have our wood stack. So that's our first little visit. Peak Cinema! Have I got a 6-second? Hey! Sugar Tooth, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. On the other side of our car park entrance, we have a toilet. Most requested feature in this zoo, a toilet before you enter. So we got some scenery, you know, we got some rock work, we got some foliage. And then here we have a toilet for when you get out of your car, when you get off the coach, and you desperately need to go before you even think about buying yourself a ticket. Then we have our entrance. Let's go in. This is a very close-knit entrance and exit. Exit is determined there. Don't worry about them going through there. There's no actual in-game mechanic of stopping them doing that. But I made these implied bollards, turnstiles rather, that obviously you can't enter that way. You can only exit. So you come through here. You've got your ticket area. Buy your tickets, buy your information, your adoption packs, your audio guides, everything you need. And then we enter this way. Come through these turnstiles. Immediately, you are greeted with our gift shop. Now, usually the gift shop is at the entrance or exit or both. But the way this is laid out, it's implied that that's the case still. So it's an exit in our hearts. So yeah, we have a very, very colorful little gift shop in here. A souvenir shop. And the idea is you walk around here. You see all these displays where there's currently that video playing. Sleep is working on a custom zoo map for us. That is going to take its place. Zoo map of the whole area and like a little star saying you are here. All these implied signs we made ourselves as well. I did a tutorial video on them. But yeah, you come down here. At the back of where the ticket area is, you got some vending machines. But you also have the exit. So as you can see, the entrance, the exit, it's all one thing really. Plus the gift shop. So now you're in the zoo. Where do you go from there? Well, you got a couple of options. You can go straight forward. Here marks the very beginning of our educational tour route. This is the start. You will wait here. You'll get assigned an educator, and they will take you around the entire zoo, providing obviously that unique tour experience. Behind them, we have our first little rest stop. Grab some snacks, grab some food, grab some burgers, grab some drink. Chillax, fill your stomach. Hello, Bethan. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And then behind that, we have another toilet. This is the very first toilet we added. Open wide for Dazzy! Is what it says when you enter the toilets. Chicken burger. Hello, Flo, mate. So yeah, that's one way you can kind of enter the zoo. But the other way is obviously to see some animals. I've never been here so early. What is this? On a Saturday, no less. How are you? Is that a darkroom feature in the toilet? Maybe. Yeah. So our first stop is the little penguins. This was our first build in this zoo. All the way back in January now. We have our little penguin beach. They have these little doors that you can go under. And they've got this whole fake rock shelter all to themselves. Little implied nests. And these do go all the way down here as well. So that's our little penguin beach. The guests don't get to see any of that. That is private to the penguins because they get pretty stressy. But the guests get to see this. This is the underwater tank. We went for a very, obviously, zoo-realistic scheme with this. A lot of lining, pumps, drains, ladders, that kind of thing. But one area guests can see is we had a little nursery back here on another level. This was originally for all the baby penguins that didn't obviously know how to dive and catch their food. So this was a way of seeing that process. Sugar Tooth, thank you for the raid as well. Hell yeah. Faux rocks, my eyes. You will. You will. Actually, no. I say you will adjust. Zoo 2. I don't even know if it has them. Thank you so much for the raid. And I hope your stream of Disney Dreamlight Valley was good. I know she is. I have a right to kick her out. Get out of my pub. You know what I mean? Back off. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really hope you had a good stream. If you need to lurk, if you need to raid and run, please do so. Get some ass. You happy? You happy, Bethel? You happy? Hello, Mel. Drakis, more like Dranny Coffee. So yeah, this is our little nursery area. This is where you see the chicks being hatched and reared and everything. All while providing, you know, no intrusion. Like the penguins can't see people. Then yeah, this is our little nursery area. And then back here we have ourselves our first staff room as well. Our first little staff area. This is how they open and close those doors as well for the little penguins. Right, so that's stop number 1. Now, you can follow this along. Obviously, we've got the food area. We've got the toilets. But if you continue forward, we have the gharial. Sorry, I apologize. I was helping Sugartooth do her first raid. New as her mod, so it took time figuring it out. Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate that, Mel. Yeah, this is Gharial Pond. So we immediately get the underwater viewing. So you come down here. And you get this big, murky, very tropical tank. Where we can see our Gharial now. All swimming about. Again, same theme. Loads of like aquascaping. We got our drains, our feeders, our pumps, our ladders. This is their deep pool. And you can learn a lot about the Gharial while down here. Then, if you follow it along, this is your just standard view. As these are very endangered, we make a point of giving those animals a lot more education. Attention. So we have some educators telling people about these. So we follow this along. You get loads of different viewpoints, but this is their shallow pool. Which is fed into by the deeper pool that we were in a minute ago. Deep pool feeds through there into the shallows. Gives them a bit of dimension as to where they want to hang out, you know? And then they actually have a backstage shelter as well. So we come in here. We have heat lamps. And then we have a bit of a backstage as well. The best you can do with what we have. There isn't too much, really. Boop. So yeah, that's our second habitat. We follow it along. We then get to this open plaza area. Where we have our little tease as to what animal's coming next. But we also have our diner. This is our restaurant. So it's not that long of a walk from the other food place, but guests are very lazy in this game. Dendro, thank you. So yeah, we have our diner. Here you can grab some drinks, some coffee, some slush. And then we can go in here. And we have an open restaurant. So we have our little restaurant board here, our menu. You can go order your food. We have various places to sit. And then we even have more toilets. A lot of toilets. Almost as many as animals. At the back. There's some toilets at the back. That looks so close for a plaza area. What do you mean? And then we have some implied upstairs eating as well. Wahoo! So that's this area. This is all implied. And we have one over here as well. overlooking our next animal. So you come out. Now you've got a bit of a decision here again. You can come over here where we have a little outdoorsy garden. The insects love this area. But we also have our axolotl. What I didn't show you, what I forgot to show you actually, is next to the gharial we have the newt. So we have these custom exhibit boxes scattered about. Some semi-aquatics on the much smaller side of things. I see one right there actually. Hello. So yeah, you can chill out around the garden. Go see the axolotl. But we're going to take a left. Oh, another toilet. Yes, we have yet another toilet. This one's outside the diner, not inside. But we're going to take a left. We're going to go through here. Don't worry about the right-hand side yet. We follow it around, and on the left, we have the giant otter. That is where the implied seeing of the diner overlooks. So you can come down here and get this underwater view of the otters feeding. To get around this kind of aquascaped area that we made. We can follow it along. We get a nice outdoorsy look at them as well. We have their enrichment rock up here. Lots of education. They have a little mud bath over here as well. Like to roll around in that. Daz, have you had a problem with not having a toilet close by in your life? No, this was the toilets were requested. Heavily requested. They're not a me thing. If you see someone in the chat called Milkshake, you'll know why. So yeah, this is our otter habitat. So they've got this very lush area over here. Lots of overgrowth. A couple of places of enrichment. They have a little centralized island up here, but they get to play up and down this hill, and they've got a bubble machine at the top. And then they have a very large pool. Different elevations. So they've got the deeper part here where they feed. They've got a more shallowed area over here that goes under that hill, as you can see. And they have a water feature. Behind that water feature is their little nook. This is their little cozy area. Away from the eyes of people. Catch you later, Freck, mate. So yeah. But they do also have a backstage as well. So this is the otter shelter. Again, all these implied doors. To keep the animal in. Keepers can get out another way. And then we have our backstage props. All the facilities they need to look after them. So yeah, that's the giant otter. If you're looking at them from this perspective and come back on yourself, we have another map area. But we take a left and we get our platypus. This is a very enclosed area, this one, on the smaller side. But you get a look at their pool from all these different areas. Again, same thing as all the others. All the lining, pumps, drains, ladders. All that stuff. Their habitat's slightly different as well. It's a mix of a lot of rock work, fake rock. But also we've used mulch to kind of imply that loose dirt that they kind of like to roll around in. And then just lots of vegetation. They love vegetation. And then we've got their little burrow over here as well. Oh, hello. So yeah, this is the habitat. Very small, close to the ground, very rocky. No backstage shelter with this one. Same with the little penguin. The smaller they are, I tend to not do it as much backstage. Can you build a clinic area? There's actual vet buildings and quarantine buildings in the game. Right, so we come back on ourselves. Now, instead of looking right at where we have the otters, we look left and we have the grey seals. So this is a very open, kind of rocky coast looking habitat. There's our seal. They have one of the largest pools. Lots of area to swim around in and navigate. Their deeper side is over here as well. But if we follow this along, so you get this lookout. Obviously the seals can't get out either because it's quite a height. And these can't exactly jump, so. Come this way. Instead of going straight forward back towards the diner, we take a left, we come down here, and we have our underwater viewing for the seal. As well as some more, like, specific information, education. So yeah, here's our underwater viewing. And then the actual habitat itself is made up of different blocks. So we have a shallowed area over here. This is for when they had pups specifically. So the pups could kind of like mingle around here. Get to this little rock area over here. They have this whole beach area back here. They got a shelter outdoors. As you can see, they're using that now. Lots of fake rock. And I've used a lot of moss rock, but also the conservation grass roof panels to kind of look like very short grasses growing out of that moss rock as well. And yeah, I just give them loads of areas to lounge on. Loads of rocks and places along the beach to just chill on. But much like the other larger animals, they do have a backstage. So this is their backstage building. This is where they're kept in. Again, another backstage area. We've got all the tools, all the implied stuff. And again, that would be shut. Keepers could get out there, but the animals are inside. So now we come up here. And we're greeted immediately by the king penguin. So we're going to take a left first and go into our king penguin house. So we come through here. I'm going to snooze them, actually. And we're inside our little penguin education room. So you learn a lot about their environment, climate change, the ozone, the difficulty that's providing for their natural habitat. And we learn a lot about the penguins themselves. A little education room. We get to see the penguins up close as they feed. This is one-way glass, so the penguins aren't really disturbed. The backstage for this one is implied. I didn't actually build out a proper one. So all this ugly stuff is just hidden. When did you start your job as a zoo guide? Started about a half hour ago. So yeah, that's one way of viewing them. Then we have this whole outdoorsy area. This completely loops around. But the habitat is built up of different layers. So we have this whole rocky outcrop, all fake rock. Loads of steps as well, so they can get in and out. They have a little island over here as well, with some enrichment. A little water feature on this side. They do have this outdoor pool as well. There's not much going on in here, to be honest. It's just an outdoor pool. And then, obviously, this is their way in and out. Behind all that faux rock is their door. And obviously this is the way that keepers go in and out. If we follow this along, however, to this side, we have another perspective of the interior. This is the underwater viewing area. So you come down here, and you have the penguin tank. Again, another little place where you can come and sit and just learn about the penguins. But you get the big underwater tank view now. So that's the king penguin. There's not many left now, to be fair. As you're viewing the penguin, you've got those toilets I mentioned that were next to the diner to your right. But if you proceed along here, we have our next rest stop, which is the Polar Pavilion. This is our outdoorsy little rest stop. We've got another map there that we're going to add. More opportunities to withdraw some cash, grab some sweet snacks. Got a little kids education area over here. Another one over there as well. And then we have our actual pavilion. Our little polar gazebo, where you can grab some bits and bobs and hang out. Next to the penguins, directly parallel, we have our star attraction. We have our polar bears. Quite a big habitat. It's our polar bear habitat. They need this space, to be fair. So this is your guest view. You've got that big rolling hill. This is a reflection of their habitat during the summer months. It's quite a hot zoo anyway, but yeah. Obviously in the wild, it's not snow every day, all year round. Eventually the snow does thaw, and these small green shoots emerge from underneath. So this is the reflection of that. Very rocky, lots of green grass and shoots along this hillside. We've added coolers in here to keep the bears cool, as well as an ice float. A man-made ice float that reflects a seal hunting hole. Kind of induce a bit of natural behavior out of them that we have kept afloat and anchored within the pool as well. All implied, of course, but they do like coming up here. Yeah, so they've got the big pool. Again, this is where they come and dive and they come and feed. Have a good swim around. And they got loads of land to just navigate around. But of course, they have an indoor shelter as well. So where the bears are kept. And they have a backstage, of course. All the backstage props. Guest perspective-wise, you'd follow this path along. Rather than going in there for the penguins, we come this way. We are greeted by our Polar Bear WWF info zone. So here you can learn a bit more about what WWF do project-wise for the polar bears. You can sign up for additional information as well, if you would like. And you can just chill out and grab a quick snack while you're here. We follow it along, though. And we come to this building, which is our indoor viewing for the polar bear. So these are our two sponsored polar bear. Blackjack, thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate that, mate. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Vulcan, mate. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, too. So those are our two adopted, sponsored polar bears that we have in here. This is obviously their underwater tank as well. And there's our custom WWF sign that we made during our first Jingle Jam last December. Up on the wall. The whole thing's kind of sponsored by them, so... Yeah, so that's what that looks like. We even built a skylight in. within all that rockwork. Right. In terms of the guests, once you've seen the polar bears, there isn't really too much left else to see. So you can come along this path, and you've got more information, more education, but you also get to see the terrapin as our final smaller scaled exhibit animal. However, we have this large space. So you can see it over there. This is our sea lion bay. This is their little land area over here. But you come down here, and you've got this big kind of like amphitheater area where you can kind of sit around and do what you want. Watch the seals as they swim around. This is what the area looks like. It's all implied seeing. And yeah, they've got a big, large, round tank. Again, all that stuff, drains, pumps, ladders, aquascaped areas, feeders. They get a full 360 swim around this deep pool. On the center, they have an island. A little rocky island where they come and sleep for the most part. Again, a lot of fake rock. And then yeah, back here they have another. We have another backstage. This is their shelter. They're kept in here. And then we have all our backstage props and bits and bobs that we need. Once you're done here, you basically come back round and you're at the exit. You have looped from the little penguin all the way to the gharial, past the diner to the otter, platypus, back on ourselves for the grey seal, the king penguin, the polar bear, and then the sea lion. However, there are some other areas to make note of. All around the park are these staff areas, staff gates. There's not too much detail here because you don't really get to see it. But this is all hidden. Guests don't see this. Guests don't see this at all. But this is all the staff area. So all grassed out. All connecting between the various different like shelters and staff zones. That comes all the way around. Another staff building. One thing we did add. Yeah, there's another entrance there. If we follow along down here, we have a bee garden. An insect garden. So lots of flower beds, insect hotels. Just an outdoor space that you don't see, but it just, you know, it gives a little bit of detail. And yeah, all these paths just loop around the zoo. Guests don't see any of them. Until we eventually get to here. That's one side of the staff pathing. The other side is actually over here. So over here, where the grey seal and the penguins are, they have their own. But this one's got more detail, right? Obviously, that does connect up here as well. This eventually leads to our staff parking as well as our delivery zone. So that's the polar bear shelter. This is our staff building. But back here, we have our staff parking, and we have our delivery zone that various people helped me make. So the delivery trucks would come through that tunnel, in here, reverse into these bays, deliver what they need to, and then exit again. And that is pretty much the zoo. Apart from all those details I've kind of given, it's a lot of landscaping, lots of rock work, foliage work, hills. I built mountains as well back here, like Rocky Mountains. Yeah. Took 7 months. I probably missed some stuff, to be honest, in terms of chat, because that was quite a long tour, I suppose. But yeah, there it is. It is done. The only little detail I want now is Sleep, like I say, is working on a custom map for us. So all these, there's about 5 of these. The custom media is going to be replaced with a map saying, like, you are here. We have one at the lodges. We have one right at the entrance. We have one right outside the diner, between the diner and the toilet. One over here by the platypus and otter. And I think that's it. Just so people don't get lost, really. Yeah. There you are, Anubis. We thought of everything plus extra. Overall, we're doing all right. We went through. We added security cameras. We're getting no crime anymore, which is wonderful, or very little of it. But yeah, we went through. We added security cameras everywhere. We added lights. So this is what it looks like at night. Obviously, the only people that experiences do at night are those staying overnight at the lodges. But all the signs are lit up. All the information signs are lit up as well. A lot of the buildings, windows, doors, etc., come with lights anyway. And then we have some lights scattered throughout as well. So we've lit up the whole zoo as well. In that regard. For those staying the night. What else did we add? Just some little things, really. Like, I wanted... You know these big trees that I kind of have looming over some of the pathways? I added some of the falling leaf effects. Hid them within the branches. And then placed some leaf litter on the pathing. Stuff like that, you know? And then, of course, I have all my custom signs. And then we have actual signposts as well. Telling people where stuff is at all times. Hello, Loki. Good morning, mate. Yeah, there you are, Anubis. That is the tour. Hello, Grey, by the way. Not a lot of boat work. It's Anubis' birthday today, and Anubis wanted a tour of our finished zoo. Because they've missed a few bits. Some of the later bits, probably. Like the lodgings. But yeah. That is now done. That is uploaded to the workshop. So if anyone does ever want to just hop in, check it out for themselves, use any of it for inspiration or whatever, take it apart, do what you want with it. It's on the workshop. Should set up one of those video tours. You mean like this? For the whole zoo. I do these for the purpose of my videos that I do, the shorts. Which I'm going to do another one tomorrow for the penguin, by the way. Yeah, I could make one for the whole zoo, I suppose. Komodo hype. Hello, Blackjack. Yeah, that is our project done. Like I say, it took 7 months, but we took our time. We tried to add as many realistic details as we could think of. There's still a lot of room for improvement. And yeah, the main focus was it was a marine park. It was practicing building for semi-aquatics before we even get our hands on aquariums. So yeah. Now Now that we're done, and all that's finished and uploaded to the workshop, we're doing one-off animal builds. And today we're starting with the African leopard, because that's what people voted for. Yeah, Loki. For the first time, I finished a zoo. It was quite fun, actually. Do you know what the problem is? A lot of zoo projects in the past, I've always like, let's wing it. Let's just wing it. Let's just build for whatever. See what happens. We'll decide at the time. We'll decide on the stream what we're doing. What we're building for, how we're building it. So I winged a lot of things, and I never really had a theme either. It was just always a city zoo. Always just a city zoo. I was never basing it off anything. I was never kind of leaning into anything. I was just winging it. Which is nothing wrong with doing, by the way. It's great practice. But yeah, this is one of the first times where I locked in and went, right, no. No more winging it. We've had all this practice. We're doing a marine park. A conservation park. So it's not too big. It's quite selective. With the 11 species it has. The intention is breeding efforts, rewilding, conservation, education, all marine, semi-aquatic life. We have our theme. We have our color scheme. We're going to use these colors. You know, the lighter greens, the blues. These are our building pieces. These are what we're going to use. I proper locked in. I had like a little list. These are the colors we'll use. These are the pieces we'll use. These are the animals we'll include. Let's just get it done. And yeah, it worked. I actually finished a zoo, so yep. Quite nice. Yeah, I've tried Planet Coaster. It's not really for me though. I've played a bit of Planet Coaster 2. And I've played some other simulation games. Be they construction games or be they the actual simulation games. I've not played Water Park Simulator, but that's one that keeps cropping up recently. My issue is I'm too invested in animal care or dinosaur care. So my kind of simulation games are pretty much like planetzoo, Jurassic, Prehistoric Kingdom, that kind of niche. Those are the ones I enjoy the most. Yeah, I don't really stick to the others that long. I don't really like roller coasters in real life. So maybe that's why I don't enjoy building them. Whereas I love zoos. I've been going to zoos since I was a kid. I still do. So, yeah. Just call you African leopard. Yeah, so now that we've finished our zoo, I have no more stress or worry about getting things done before Zoo 2, which is so nice, so relieving. Look how quick we loaded into this place, by the way. Yeah, we're just going to do a series of one-off builds and little challenges and projects for the next 72 days. See how we get on. Oh, that bothers me a lot. I offered you Water Park Simulator and you said no. Yeah, as I just explained. They're not really my kind of game. I'm just too invested in the animal side of things. Have you seen Nashville's leopard enclosure? I don't think I have. Let me have a look. Do. That's pretty cool. They have one of those overpasses. They're very popular things now, aren't they? Big cat overpasses. I wasn't going to build something that was stereotypically like an aviary. Mine is going to be quite outdoorsy. But yeah, we've got some free time, so we're just going to build. We're just going to build random things. Random animals, habitats. Let's see what we can do. There's no pressure now. We can just kind of do whatever. I could even yap for 8 hours about zoo tours and shit, so. You know, I've already got, you don't want to do the whole meshed over enclosure? Shaking my head? No. No. I've already planned out how I'm building this. Do. Kind of like the gibbons. I do want to have some realistic elements in there with them. But I'm going to try and make this look quite natural. I don't know why I'm building it so close to the entrance, to be honest. Do. What are we all up to today, though? How are we spending our Saturday? Alright, I'm gonna build it like over here. See how big we want to make this. You ever go to a place to see a building and think, I gotta build that in planetzoo? All the time. The last time I went to a zoo, I did what I think most people here have done recently. I just took pictures of everything. Fences, buildings, amenities like, you know, the restaurants and stuff. Every kind of thing that I could see that looked realistic and unique, I was like... I'll be watching Spider-Man this evening. I think I'm gonna go get some fried cheesecake. I love a bit of cheesecake, but I don't think I've ever had fried cheesecake. Playing planetzoo. Haven't had it very long, less than 2 hours. I'm addicted. Yeah, it has that effect on people. 2 seconds, chat. Right, I'm back. Yeah, I'll be playing planetzoo in the next half an hour. Hello, Milkshake, as well, by the way. Now that you've got this free time, Daz, you mind finishing off my zoo for me? No. No. You must do that yourself, Rob, mate. Right, I'm gonna whack my little man out, I think. Do. Excuse you? Yeah, it's out. Hello, man. Alright, where's my inspiration? Right. kind of want to bring that in a bit. My little man's better than yours. Oh, okay. He's got a prettier little man than me. Kaboom, I gotcha! Thank you so much for the raid! How are we doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a great stream. Tell me what you got up to in planetzoo as well. Unless, of course, you need to raid and run, which is also okay. Please look after yourself. Get some rest. I don't know how long you were streaming for, but... look after yourself. Welcome in. Right. Let's... get going, shall we? Do 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 do. Pathing doesn't matter. Obviously, we're already focusing on the habitat, but it's the shape that matters. I had 2 duos on Thursday, which is crazy. That was nuts that day. I had 2 planetzoo raids and then I had 2 water park sim raids. Hello, I'm having a great stream so far, thank you. You're new to planetzoo and loving it? Nice. I'm glad so many people are getting addicted to it. Right before Zoo 2. I've been playing this game for 6 years now. But I just finished my first zoo. Like, complete zoo. Over the years, we've built various things, various animals, various styles, but we've never actually finished a project. Until now. So now, we're just doing some one-off builds. Trying to make some detailed habitats for animals we've not built for before. Do, 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 do. Is that kind of shape I want? I might clean it up a little bit. Can you remember the first game you streamed? I think it was Grounded. This and Grounded. Hello, Sleep. How you doing, mate? I can't believe you never took a break or slept. Feels like it some days. You live in Thailand, but you're born in Jersey, UK. Nice. Funnily enough, I know quite a few people that moved to Thailand. The zoo community is the best. It is. I gotta redo this path. I want a more natural flowing shape.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Fuck!
Ah, I got like a little sting in my head then. Anticus? I probably butchered that. If I did, please let me know. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, mate. Yeah, this works for me. Because what I'm going to do is we're going to have a bit of a... it's going to be a drop-down habitat, a sunken habitat. And then we're going to have rock work kind of ending it here. And then I want to provide a lot of places for the leopards to find privacy. They're quite an elusive animal anyway, quite shy. So we can have a lot of rock work just around here. We're going to have a lot of rock work, some grassy areas, lots of different elevation options. We're going to have a big pond, a big pool, and a water feature as well. This is a very outdoorsy habitat that we're going to make. I want to chuck this laptop in the garbage. I've been trying to get it running, but it's been fighting me. I wanted to do some more art today while at work, but it said no. I brought my tablet just to be able to work on the Zoom app while I'm sat here at work. And the night is halfway done, and it's now just barely working. It does not want to play ball. Is that the drop I want? Could probably go a little bit lower here. Yeah, I'll go a little bit lower. I haven't played this game, but the map seems very small. I don't know. I've never filled a zoo map in the last 6.5 years of playing. The best person to ask would be Davey, I reckon. He's building currently a really large zoo. And I think he's still got plenty of space. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't think it's small at all. It depends how big you want to make it, I suppose. So yeah, it's literally from like... Where is the zoo boundary? It's hard to tell on this map, to be honest. But, you know, it's quite large. I've never used all the space, personally. My game always lags beforehand. Yeah, it's a shame with the timing. Planetzoo was just on sale like a few weeks ago, for literally £1. I don't know what price it is now. But yeah, we have Zoo 2 coming out. Do, 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 doodly do. If this ends up being too big, I can always take it back, but I don't think it will be for what I want to do. It's full price again. There might be another sale soon. It was a Steam summer sale we just had, wasn't it? There might be another one. do do. You know, I will say, this is a great game. Very much recommend it. But as of 2 p.m. today, we only have 72 days until the second one releases. And the second one is looking so much better. Yeah. Way more features. A lot more accessible to newer players while keeping the ceiling quite high for veteran players. I'd recommend checking out the sequel, but if you do want to pick up the first one for cheap, when it is cheap, I do recommend it. Skill issue. Right, this is gonna be their pond. The little lake, I suppose. It looks like the base game roster is gonna be around 150 species. That's good. That's double Planet Zoo 1's. Planet Zoo 1 was about 70 odd, wasn't it? Do. Grab some popcorn. No worries. Skill issue. Do. Alright, Mel. Catch you later. If we get 8 after this 10 reveal, 1, I guess it's to 147, I think. I do like that it's not just a set in stone number. It's not 8 reveals every week until launch. We got weeks with 8, we got weeks with 9, and we got a week with 10 coming up. Imagine there's a week where they just drop like 20. do. Right. It's important to kind of bridge that bit out for later purposes. Do. Right, I'm gonna do the little trick that I do when I'm making my mountains. Very quick strokes. Do. Like so. And then we smooth all that. We should get 18 more exhibit species. We've not had any new exhibit species yet, have we? They've all been returning ones. I'm hoping after the avian feature focus, exhibit's next on the list. I think a lot of us are gagging to find out how that's going to turn out. Do, 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 do. I'd cry with joy. I'm tired, boss. Well, they've kept exhibits very secret so far. I'm hoping there's a good reason for that. There's gonna be a lot of rocks in this place. Love it. And then I'm gonna have a water feature over here. Coming down. Do 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 do. You know, I had two options to go with these. It was either make a smaller scaled kind of city zoo build, you know, with all the mesh, all the netting and all that stuff, or kind of make a bit more of an outdoorsy space, something that's meant to mimic like a little section of their habitat, while also still featuring some like realistic zoo details in the construction of it. So it's gonna be on the larger side, but give the leopard so much space. Well, that's too damn bad. Yeah, probably be my biggest letdown if exhibits don't change. It's one of those things of like, if they don't change, I'll be disappointed. It won't ruin Zoo 2 for me though. There's too many positive changes as well as positive additions to be completely ruined by just exhibit boxes alone. It'd be sad, but again, it wouldn't ruin anything in the grand scheme of things. I hope to God they do change in a positive way, though. I spent most of Zoo 1 avoiding using them because of how just boring they are to play with. But they're such a core thing in real zoos. They're everywhere. Do 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 do. Yeah. Right. Do 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 do. I think we start working on the rock work, to be honest. Or the one thing I need to do quick, so we can actually get this up and running. Doesn't matter which piece I use at the moment. I'll just use this one for now. Do do do. Right. There's something about the graphics of planetzoo 2 that I'm not liking so far, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't know. I'm the opposite. I cannot wait. I don't know. Right. Again, it's very basic. This is just so we can get the animals in. I'm really looking forward to that lighting, most of all. I think the lighting in this game is doo-doo in comparison to what Coaster 2 has, what Jurassic Evo 3 has. I'm looking forward to some proper lighting. Make some dark houses. Some very atmospheric aquariums, etc., etc. For the sake of just getting things going, we'll grab our staff building from the other zoo. No. He's lost his head. So what was it about? Some people have had complaints about the tropical map lighting. That could be it. The tropical map. doodle doo doo. I'm trying to be a bit of both now. I used to be purely like habitats. My buildings sucked. But in the last zoo project I just did a tour of about half hour ago, I tried to get better with buildings. Because it was my weakest attribute. Do 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 do. But it's difficult because, like, ironically, when I look at real life architecture in zoos, especially, it's not actually that great. It's pretty simple, a bare bones. But I don't know, I just couldn't make it look like something I enjoyed. But I've gotten better with it. I'm not perfect yet, but... at this point, I'll just wait till Zoo 2 to practice some more. Do 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 do. I built this quite far away, but oh well. Do 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 do. I wonder why, underfunded and unlike in this game, people don't complain about prices being too low. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Right, it might be time in a minute to start some rock work. Because hell, we're gonna need a lot of it. Hello, Gemma. How you doing? How have you been? I did. My first ever finished zoo. Finished, done, on the workshop now as well. And I'm kind of doing now what I did with your gibbon build. Just a one-off thing. Chat get to vote on it. See what we can make. Do, 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 do. Very busy, but I'm off on holiday this week coming. Ooh. Drax is creating a 4-story building in Palworld. Nice. Yeah, it's on the workshop. Hold on. There you go. Can someone in chat tell me what he's planning for the zoo? This isn't a zoo, Gunway. For added clarification, I've just finished, after 7 months, building a zoo. I've never finished a zoo project before. I always build zoos, but then I burn out, or I just have different ideas, so I just stop midway and then build a new thing. What I just posted is my finished zoo, my first ever finished zoo. Now that that's done, I'm not building any more new zoos because we haven't got too long realistically until Planet Zoo 2. So these are just going to be a series of one-off habitat builds. I'm going to make a detailed habitat for a specific animal as a separate kind of like diorama. No zoo. I'm waiting until Zoo 2 now for actual zoo building. I don't have to apologize. I'm going to tour it right now. I had one question in my mind about downloading zoos. You'll know because you've done quite a few tours, haven't you? Does it save the settings that I've put in place? To elaborate, we disabled animal death through aging in that last project. I'm worried that you're going to download the zoo and the minute you load in, all my animals keel over at the same time because they're like 200 years old. Or does it remember that? Does it remember that I've disabled animal death? I think the settings do save. Fantastic. Diddle-do-diddle-do-diddle-do. I'll let you know. I might traumatize Gemma in a minute. Right, I'm just going to paint the space out to begin with. Nothing pretty. Settings do save. Thank God for that. You know, it's quite nice. I feel like I'm in early retirement. I've seen all these new people pick up Zoo 1 and they're building their zoos, and it's quite nice to see them progress that. And we've obviously been working on our zoo for the last 7 months. Now that that's done, put behind us, I feel like I can just chill. I can see what other people are building, and I can just do random one-off things like this, you know? It's really nice. Because I will not be building another zoo. I will not have time. It'll get abandoned, like many before. As soon as the zoo loads, this is the animals will age 5 times slower. Yeah, so that's on, as well as disable animal death through aging. You may want to, like, add a cap on the guests as well. I actually had no lag problems on my end, despite 4,500 guests. But yeah, you can always kick them out if need be. For building, like what specifically? My main tip would be think of a good layout and build your main kind of pathway, your main thoroughfare through the park as wide as possible. There's no way in this game to dictate the zoo entrance or the zoo exit or like have a one-way mode of traffic. So guests come and go along the same path quite a lot, and the more popular the zoo gets, the more guests, they get crowded. And I'm very guilty of it myself, where I've built my pathways too narrow and I've not allowed it enough space for the guests to kind of walk around each other. So that'd be my first bit of advice. Think about that. Do do do. Do do do. I love your gift shop. Very cool that you can look through the windows at the display. Yeah. Originally I had that boarded up, but it was very dark in there. Again, planetzoo 1's lighting is not the best. So I wanted to open it up. Glad you like it. I tend not to know what to do with gift shops. They all end up looking somewhat the same. Right, we're adding all these preliminary stand-in rocks at the moment. Very rough. But it's just a way of mapping out the space, drawing what we need to draw, and also, once we have the animal, keep them in. But we'll do better rock work later. Of course. There will be a lot of rock work in here, so... Right. We're just going to do this in stages. And I think the first stage is to do the guest area. This little drop-off that we've done so much already. I'm not going to use concrete this time. I might try the log. Seeing as I tried to save the zoom map file and it instantly crashed, guess I don't get to do art until I get home. No worries, mate. Don't stress. Do you have any recommendations for placing staff buildings? Yeah. Kind of build them in places that will mean your staff don't have to walk as far. And obviously where guests can't see them. So if this was Habitat A and this was Habitat B, and this was the guest path, viewing both habitats, I would have the staff building personally, like, here. And then I would connect the stuff, like the habitat gates here and here. And then I'd fill in all this area with nature. Foliage, rockwork, whatever it may be. Hide this so the guests can't see it. So you got 2 habitats, you got some scenery. That's what the guests see. They're like, ooh, this is pretty. But behind the scenes, you've got your staff path to both habitats with your staff buildings there, providing quick access to both. So yeah, just try and make it so they don't have to like wander too far. I do quite like these panel pieces. All worries forever. Man's worrying. Ooh, Twilight Door. I do like the Twilight Door panels. They're a bit on the smaller side. What else do we have? It depends how quick. I hope making like sunken habitats looks a lot nicer going into Zoo 2. Because obviously you want to hide all this horrible, jagged terrain. And usually you do that by doing this. Do 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 do. I've got an idea. Yeah, get rid of that one. I kind of like that pattern poking out there. I'll keep that. Drakis, that building you're making, is that for your main base? Ah, breeding pal base. Yeah, I've realized I made a somewhat nice looking base, the basic one. But the other 2 bases, I've given them the bare minimum. Look. That wasn't even intentional. Right, now the fun begins. Do 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 do. Actually, no, it doesn't. I want to recolor these. And then I want to add some railing as well. I've been doing some effigy finding on my save. So far, I've got the first 2 zones completed thanks to Map Genie. Yeah, I should probably do that at some stage. You like the Gharial pond, yeah? I actually had to remove a couple because I had a lot of males, and the males are gigantic in comparison to the females. So, even though they had enough space in terms of their welfare statistics, it looked way too crowded in that deeper pool. So, yeah, I had to get rid of a couple. Do, 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 do. Thank you for touring it, though. I really appreciate that. I gotta get that flickering effect, but that I could fix later. Do 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 do. At least the map is uploaded for whenever I get back home, since I don't have errands today, thankfully. It'll be done tonight. You keep saying this. Nah, it's all good, mate. It's all good. I'm so tired from running around all week. Have you got a pretty chill weekend ahead? Oh no, it's moving closer to the recycling bin. That's your time wasted, not mine. I wouldn't recommend. Yeah, and thank fuck. Good. Glad it's a chill one. Morning, Goxie. How you doing? Hey, thank you for the 190 stream streak as well. Heck yeah! At some point today, I may have to buy a test leopard to see the actual scale of the animal. And see if we need to, like, make this slightly smaller or not. I do want it to be a spacious habitat, but... sometimes it needs scaling down a smidge. see the brake pads? Yesterday, yeah. I don't know much about cars though, Goxy, so I didn't know what I was looking at, to be honest. Other than they looked rough. This YouTube project would be insane, going off of the level in this zoo. Thank you. I appreciate that, Gemma. Chat contributed a lot of ideas as well. Goxy here, as well as Dracus, helped me with the delivery zone. What I'll do is I'll get up to here. And we'll see. We'll go from there. Again, it might be worth me adding an animal in. Should add some stuff, to be honest. Do 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 do. Oh, doing good, right? Very tired, actually. I think the week's caught up to me. I felt a bit headachy this morning, though it hasn't manifested, thankfully. Is there an easy way to make a rusty girder? Would the decals help? Are there any good decals for that? What about surface moss? Could you recolor that? Could you recolor that to look like rust? I didn't get much sleep either. I try to make it pretty small, so it may not have enough room. Okay. Do 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 do. Twilight portcullis metal piece. The banding. Oh, they are quite nice. Do. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let's grab a test animal. Probably won't be the one we keep, but recolor to a reddish color. It works really well. I can't wait for everything in Planet Zoo 2 to be recolorable from the get-go. Hello? Don't jump. I beg of you. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot higher anyway, the rock work. A lot higher. They could probably jump out from here, can't they? Do, 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 do. Cool. Right, that works for now. That is the scale of one of our leopards. We may have to bring this in. It may be a little too big. Very, very open and spacious. There is going to be a lot of rock work that takes away some land. But yeah, it may be a little too much. Maybe a little too much. How do you feel about the scale of building in Planet Zoo? Does the 4-meter wall bother you? At times, yeah. But then what I tend to do is I tend to extend it higher if I need be with the smaller parts. Just stack them. I've gotten quite used to the 4 meters, but yeah, no. Not a fan of it, per se. And then when the roof, well, when it comes to the rooftops, I don't like, I don't really like that, per se. So what I do again is I just reduce the grid. I like a little overhang. I always like a little overhang. And then I just have to fill in that bit. Yeah, I tend to manipulate the grid quite a lot because the 4 meter does bother me. But I just reduce grid height and grid size to the minimum, and then you have more kind of freedom. A lot more than usual, anyway. Right, I'll be right back. I really need to pee, so I'll be right back. Won't be long. Right, I'm back. Let us shrink this place. Do 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 do. Yeah, no, we'll have to see how the grid building changes in Zoo 2, really. If we get more option. Like I say, I'm going into that with all this kind of practice, and I want to just jump into buildings. Hopefully with a lot more ease than I did this game. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Right. Bring that in a bit. That is way better. Okay. Now, do 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 do. I want to kind of give him a little walkway along the water. While keeping everything pretty hilly. Do 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 do. Right. They're not gonna like me for this. I'm sorry. Right, have that to there, maybe? Do 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 do. And then this we bring out maybe to here. No, that needs to be... That needs to be there for a reason. Do-do. Yeah, we'll just get all the foundations laid out. Do 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 do. As for this side, well. Yeah, probably about there. There's gonna be a lot of verticality with this as well. I think that's a much nicer amount of space, isn't it? Especially if we add loads of details. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. Then we'll have a waterfall over here, leading down into that. And then we'll have loads of climbing structures. You just gotta ask. Back with coffee. Welcome back, mate. You know, I'm gonna see how today goes, because I'm fighting a headache at the moment. And my eyes are heavy. Knees weak, legs spaghetti. So we'll see how we go. I have, but I just went for my pee break. I took some headache pills. I got my big bottle of water. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think that's a better amount of space, isn't it? Again, the rock work is going to take so much more space away from them, so gotta be careful with how small I make this. What about a snacky? I just had breakfast recently. I've had brekkie, I've had some headache pills, I've had an energy drink to see if that helps wake me up a bit. I think the week's just caught up with me, to be honest. Sleep. Some weeks I get it, some weeks I don't. Right, cool. All this is going to be hidden, by the way, behind the rocks. So we're going to have a nice indoor shelter backstage. It's all going to be part of this big rock feature. About a second one. Too soon. Too soon. I've had a very fun week. This week's been amazing. I've really enjoyed all our streams yet again. The last few weeks have been a big highlight for me. It's fun doing the zoo reveals every week together. I'm really enjoying like Power World again and Assassin's Creed, Halo. Finishing our zoo. It's been good. I just feel tired now. It's caught up to me. Ah, mysterious fence. I want to delete you now. Ooh. Right. Let's get you back here. You're off suit shopping. Have a good day, mate. You leave that fence alone. I'm upgrading it, sir. Upgrades, people, upgrades.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Fuck!
Firan or Firen? Let me know if I've butchered that horrendously. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really, really, really appreciate it. Oh. Somehow butchered that one. Yeah, no, there should be a lot more adequate room, I think, for them. Brother! Hey, brother! This isn't flat area. Try that again. Boom. Right, so let's add that to the work zone again. You've not escaped, don't worry. Figure it out. Figure it out. Figure it out. They have 10 times the amount of space that they actually are happy with. But again, we're going to make this look quite scenic. The little man scale seems pretty good. Oh, sugar. There we go. Just for now. It's very messy, but... Now I need to reorder robots. Upgrades, people! I'm spending the time catching up on the main quest line for your paladin. Yeah, I've done all that for my monk. I should do that for my druid now. I still remember during COVID when the radio did a song game. It played like a 0.5 second of a song. Then someone had to guess what it was for money. It went up, sorry, to £100. The song literally went, "Hey, brother." I was so mad. I was calling it every day. So no one guessed any of the hard songs. The money kept piling up, and then they got to the that easy song, and they're like, "Yep." It was the same song. Do, 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 do. Every time I wanted anything on the radio, it was Radio Disney. And that was last week. Crazy how time flies. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. So what I'm actually going to do... We have no animals here. Go it. Like all our builds, we have to do this in stages. Stage 1, I think, is guest viewing. Stage 2 is the barrier as a whole. And that's going to include a lot of rock work. Do, 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 do. But we're no longer in any rush. We can just chill and take our time with this. Do, 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 do. Mickey unwrapped? What's he unwrapping? Actually, don't answer that. Jeez! Never could trust that Mickey. Yeah, I've not rushed anything ever. But I did feel a bit of pressure, you know? Time is running out. And I made a promise to actually finish a zoo. So while I've not rushed anything, it's nice to not have that pressure anymore. That release date looming over my head. The little deadline I set myself. Because realistically, if Planet Zoo 2 came out tomorrow and we're still in this stage with this build, I don't care. Throw it in the bin. Didn't happen. There's no loss now. Thankfully. Big ol' rat. There really has been a lot of mice game this year, hasn't there? That deadline's scary. How you looking with yours, mate? You gotta get your aquarium and everything done and dusted before then? And I hope you do well, Hunter, mate. Hope you have a good day. Boo, boo, doo, doo, doo. I do some foliage to finish my Everglades section. Nice little change, is it? Do love a bit of foliage work. How am I? I was doing good. But some pent-up tiredness as well as a looming headache have hit me like a truck in the last hour. I've taken some headache pills and I've got a big old 2-liter bottle of ice cold water next to me. And I've had some breakfast and an energy drink. We're just going to see how it goes. Hopefully it wears off. And I can just continue with what I want to do today. If it does not, we might be ending early later. We'll see. We shall see. Boo, doo, doo. Jobby nice, right? I'm building this leopard enclosure as a very open and spacious build. I would love to do it again in Zoo 2, but go down the more realistic route for zoos. And we're going to have the aviary netting on top of that to help with that. So, oh. Ooh. That's one thing I've never wanted to do in this game is build my own aviary netting. It seems like such a pain in the ass. I'd rather wait until just we get the proper one in Zoo 2 at this point. Which I'll do by hand, obviously. No. Well, it depends how easy it is to do, actually. If there's some good netting pieces in the base game. If the game is giving us an auto-generative mesh system, which you can adjust the height, size, and shape of by the position and height of the poles that you place in, and the slack and curvature that you can customize, I don't see a reason why I'd ever make my own. But we'll see. It's fun. Is it really? Oh, I forgot. So Daz, there's a new Twitch feature on by default that's awesome for clipping. Oh, yeah, I heard Davey say that the other day, actually. Yeah. I actually really like that. Welcome back, Mel. For the love of the... Are you not gonna try the new system then at all, no? You're just gonna build it all yourself from day one? Don't worry, Dracus. I'm not taking your job. That's quite handy, though, if you're never here. I'll take his job. Fuck Dracus. Nah, I'm gonna use it. What's nice is it's obviously a clean slate again. So I feel like we're all gonna use these new tools. But in 2 years' time, we all might be doing better things. Building better things.
No. Wait.
Maybe the very clever among us discover a way of making that kind of like mesh netting even better. Doodly doo 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 doo. Again, this is all very temporary rock work. It's just to draw out the space that I want to build with. Right, we're gonna finish this part though. Hello, unknown. How you doing? It does suck that I spent all this time learning how to do mesh. I don't think so. I think you can use that in other situations, right? It could be one of those things where the mesh is going to be so easy to do, which is great because anyone can make it, whether you've played for 10 hours or 1,000. Anyone can make nice looking aviaries or meshed enclosures. But people like yourself will probably still end up making something even more detailed using construction. We're still in the drawing phase. I spent almost an hour of the starter stream giving a tour of the finished zoo that we just wrapped up. I know Goron, yeah. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yeah, he'll find ways to break the game, as you say. I might get cookies and donuts for gaming and films this weekend. Ooh, do it. Do it. That's one of the things that I love about this game. It's problem solving. We don't have something in Zoo 1, make it ourselves. But that obviously does accentuate the piece count as well. Something that is going to be a core and very easy system in Zoo 2 takes hundreds, if not thousands, of individual pieces in Zoo 1, which is not great for game performance. It's fun and it's very creative, but I think my PC would definitely prefer Zoo2's version. Sundays are my day off. Streaming. I had to save Nadia from a cave. You didn't have to, but elaborate. Doop, doop. She got caught by the void. I didn't have to, but the quest says I had to. I'm guessing not actually Nadia. A rat bastard. A rat caught in the void. Oh, wait, no. Are you doing... Oh, that's an old quest line. I think I know what quest line you're doing. There's actually an NPC called Nadia in a cave. Yeah, that's a Voidstorm side quest. Isn't it? Or is that tied to the main quest? I've forgotten now. That was so long ago. You really are catching up. Pre-quest for Voidstorm. Good lord. Yeah, okay. That is... I was like, did he mean the actual Nadia? Did he mean a rat? And then it clicked. I was like, oh yeah, there was actually an NPC called Nadia. Trapped in a cave. Catch you later, Mel. She would. She's IRL Gollum. She would eat the fishies as well. All the salmon. Catch you later, unknown, mate. This poor voidfish. Do, 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 do. What o'clock? Good time for Desperado. What about Despacito? I was never allowed to sing that around Maddie. She hated that song. Wonder how Val feels about it. Beer. I imagine your face lighting up like a Christmas tree. Yeah, the thought of that. Look. Do, 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 do. It's tequila beer. It also gives really bad hangovers. Sounds like a hangover. Same minds there. Alright, we're getting there. Again, I'd like to focus on just one thing at a time, like most builds. Get the guest viewing sorted. The custom fencing. Once that's done, we can work on a lot of the other aspects. The rock work is going to take some time. But we trust in the process. I had a dream. I thought someone gave me a stout and it was an IPA. Firstly, there's nothing wrong with an IPA. Secondly, that's a really weird dream. That's a really weird dream. IPA is a dishwasher detergent in a bottle? I can't say I've ever had a IPA in a bottle, to be honest. You gotta stop drinking dishwasher detergent if you know what that tastes like. You know, I've always had it on draft. I've never had it in a bottle. It's gorgeous. Whoop. You've had detergent on draft? More times than I want to remember. I used to snack on Tide Pods as well. Nothing worked. I'm still here. Oh, I refuse to do Bean Boozle. I did it once, it was awful, and then it just became like, that's all we ever do now, as forfeits. And I was like, fuck off. You minging manta. Grass Bean Boozles? What are you, a goat? So does my hand? What's your point? That can be taken both ways. One, him just wanting to slap you. And secondly, he always has grass in his hand. As we well know. The goat! Well, we're gaining a lot of lore. I drink detergent on draft and Sleep just eats grass. No wonder his lawn looks amazing. I would love to see you two fight in a ring. Bert and Ernie, who wins? You see Blaze, and I'll have a bottle of wine. Sounds entertaining. Let's have a look, Gray. Ooh. You know what? Looking at that path you've used, the tree bark path, I really hope we get more like substrate, like wood chipping kind of terrain paints as well. I love the look of it. You've used cabbage trees. Is it sad that I can recognize those? But I like them. I like them a lot. You know, it's bad when you can recognize a bush, chat. Alright, we're almost there for this part. Off the cliff. Do 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 do. My plan was to actually have a bit of a glass viewing window this time. Usually I do the whole double barrier, safety rail. But I might go glass for this one. Until they keep my low-carb monster in stock here, I've swapped to the rain drinks. What the hell are they? Rain drinks? I've never heard of them. I should make some implied anti-climb on these as well. Leopards are very good climbers. Ah, an American only thing, maybe? Yeah, I've never heard of it. Wait, Americans know what low carbs are? Yeah, the diabetic ones. We did discover that Sleep's blood is raw sugar. So you gotta be careful. Actually a gummy bear IRL. Cause he's a gummy bear. That one. So far, I've had their cherry limeade and rainbow sherbet. Jesus Christ. I could taste the sugar saying that. Rain is owned by Monster. What's the difference then? Why are they branded different? What do heck? Alright. No, 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 no. Actually, that's fine. Okay. Boop. Ah!
I said a bang bang, bangity bang, a bang bang bangity bang. Yes, yes, yes. Hope you're doing well, laughing face.
No! No! Blade, thank you so much for the 73 months. You crazy, crazy dog. I really appreciate that. I'm fighting a headache at the moment. Feel pretty tired today. Other than that, I'm doing well though. How about yourself, sir? Right. Let's give it a save. Cherry limeade, razzleberry, white gummy bear, orange dreamsicle, sour gummy worm, tropical storm, rainbow sherbet, and melon mania. I think if you drank all that, you would actually pop. You're going to a shooting range? Thank you, Zay. They're not as high standard as Mango Loco. Mango superiority. This is the way. Do 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 do. Right. I want to do... I'm looking at some ways of doing anti-climb. Okay, I've got a few ideas here. Some with Robin Hood. That's my little man that I whap out all the time. He's there for scaling. He's a little man that you can plop down to help with scaling. Do 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 do. That's what the in-game anti-climb looks like. Yeah, it's a very popular download on the workshop. And it just means, it basically it helps you design things with an adult guest in mind, right? So if you're making your own barrier, making sure it's high enough that they can see through or like see over. This is your way of just making sure everything scales properly. Yeah, I don't really like that. The anti-climb I'm used to seeing is the one that kind of like... I think I may have made my own ages ago. Kind of that shape, not really that design, but you got any good ways, Gray, on how you do anti-climb? A 1 meter overhang. I think the ones I've done before have been like fence ends. Maybe not this one specifically, but like doing this kind of thing. And then having wire connected between them. Sucks doing angles though. It's a very gradual curvature, so it might be alright. Yeah, send me something. I'll plan my guest barrier in the meantime. And I think I want to do glass. It's been a while since I've done glass. Or if we're having the anti-climb. I think glass will be okay. We'll see. We'll test. We'll test the waters. So this is what our little man's for, Tina. Look. Yep, that's the perfect size. Jesus, that's a big one. That's a big one, that is. Thankfully, most of this is designed to be the appropriate height anyway. Speaking of the Twilight Pack, give me those portcullis beams, baby. Actually, yeah, I like them. Recolor them as well. Show to the Discord. Let's have a look. Okay. So those ones are just a 90-degree, not an angle, just 90-degree. Okay. That helps, thank you. What adds something different on the top? It's quite thick glass, actually. Is there... Is there thinner? You're an angel, mate. Dracus, I'm too tired for your nonsense. Modern glass pieces. Yeah, they're better. I have an idea, mushrooms. Don't do mushrooms. Do. I like that little fixture. Do. mushroom stalk for faux rock walls. I think Jinla was just being random, to be honest. Do 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 do. Faux rock mushroom wall, huh? Oh. Have people actually use these stems to make... Interesting. Don't they light up at night? That'd be interesting. The whole rock wall just illuminates. That's what I love about Planet Zoo. Mushrooms are now a rock. A tree's a bush, a mushroom's a rock. Right, let me attempt this anti-climb as well. It's not that hard in fairness. Do do do. They look like big old meat bones. They do, and you can turn it off. I'd love to leave that on just for the shits and giggles. Like. Do, 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 do. At least it's shits and giggles and not giggles and shits. Amen. Ooh. Is using the metal cable good? Or should it be sturdier metal beams? Does it matter? Use string. Oh, okay. You go for very thin. If that's the case, what's the thinner metal? Or is it LED tubes? Oh, it's the ceiling fan cables, I believe. I use the America's metal poles. Yeah, that's what. Oh no, that's. Hold on, we'll do a couple. Zookeeper pack pole, European ceiling fan cable, and America's. It's not called that, is it? Oh, as in like the ranch fixtures. I suppose that is 3 grades of thickness. Remove that child. I'm torn between the 2 of these. Dendro! Hello again. How was Power World? Did you get your packs as well? Yeah, that's what you were doing? Opening the cards? Nice. How was it? Welcome in everyone as well. Hope you had a wonderful time. If you need to raid and run, obviously, please do look after yourselves. I'm feeling very run down, tired, and headachy today, so I will be doing that later. Yeah, they're pretty. Yeah, they just released cards. Cards. A singular pack. How the leopard's going? I had to scale it down. I built it too big. But I've been working on the guest area first. We need anti-climb all the way along, because realistically the leopards would be able to climb out otherwise. And I'm going for a glass barrier, which honestly I don't do enough of. I like the ranch pin, but I'm gonna go with the European fan, I think. I prefer that thickness. Hello, Shane. Overlay down later helps headache for the little it's worth. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I think this week's just caught up to me and I'm just very tired. It's been a very fun week of streams. Very fun. I usually stream 6 hours, 6 hours? Almost 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. And I'm fine. But yeah, today I just feel a bit bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Okay. Should definitely recolor these. Okay, then Dracula. Blah, blah, blah. One day my computer is going to melt on me. Try not to break it before Zoo 2. It's still massive. It's a good amount of space. There's going to be a lot of rock work. For scale, here's our little man. We'll whap him out again. There's our little man. So yeah, quite spacious. There's going to be some different elevations. A lot of rock wall. You can't see the vision yet, but there's, I mean it, literally like a big rock face that hides their way into the backdoor shelter and a big waterfall leading down into this. So by the time I add all the rocks, it should be a very generous amount of space to wander around in. I felt like rather than building a closed-in, narrow aviary style exhibit like I've done for the clouded leopard in the past, I'd build more of an open plan thing. But then in Zoo 2, when we build for the leopards, I can do the opposite. We can use the whole aviary system. See how that turns out. Compare the two. I'd rather than build the exact same way twice, I'd rather build differently and just like see which I prefer, you know? I read that as Ozempic sleep, which is a sign for me to go get some. I was like, what? What are you on about? As long as you're not forcing yourself. Yeah, I'm okay at the moment, mate. I will end earlier today if I feel I need to. I'm okay at the moment, though. Do 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 do. Or glasses. That too, actually. Like I've been saying, not that we rush any of our builds anyway, but this is quite nice. We can just take our time and just build something nice for various animals in the lead up to Zoo 2. So if today I only get the barrier done, or the guest part at least, then so be it. Tuesday we'll crack on. Continue. Is that good enough? Protruding wise, it shouldn't stick out more, no? You said 1 meter, right? Bitty bitty boo boo boo. I think it looks quite nice because when you're looking out, you barely see it. If it's hot wire, it should work. Cool. Now the process of sticking this all the way around. I would double it. Or like that. I give it to the next person. Four rods. Don't mind me. I've come back from raiding the shop, sat with my donuts, waiting for you to rant at the game because build is not going your way. You'll be waiting a while because, yeah, everything's going my way. So far. Yeah. 4 rods. Cool, right. I just need to get the glass barrier all the way around and the anti-climb all the way around. And then we're going to decorate all of that with some custom signs, of course, and all of that good stuff. I think I'm going to go pee first before I do this, though. You know what's a really, like, underrated feature that I cannot wait for Zoo 2? The slower passing of in-game years. Because we're already on year 8. I don't even have an animal yet. I cannot wait for slower years and seasons. Really looking forward to them. Today's flown by and it's time for my teardown. I'll catch you all once I'm back home. Catch you later. If for some reason sleep I have ended early today to rest my bonds, I'll see you on Monday, yeah? Now, I don't know why I randomly started here. I should start... I feel like I should start right by a wall and go way around. To make sure it lines up better. Right, I'm gonna go pee first anyway, okay? So I shall be back momentarily, chat. BRB! Right, I'm back. I am back. How are you all doing? Chillin'. How's your base building going, mate? You just started back up again. Got a little break, did you? That might be something we do on Monday. To be honest, could be a good use of our time. My brother recommended playing Planet Crafter and Forever Skies to download. Which would you recommend? No idea. Never played either. Cannot, for the life of me, comment. Because I have no idea what either are. Unfortunately. I would say just look them up and get the one which looks the most fun to you. Do 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 do. Beep, beep, doo. That's what I would do in your position. If I'm torn on what game to get, I always YouTube. Watch a couple of streams, maybe of both as well. And I try to gauge a feel for both. And I would just pick the one that appeals to me most. But as I have no idea what either of those are, I sadly do not want to guide your hand. Forever Skies looks the best. It looks like it has the best graphics, and it's a base building game. Yeah, go with that then. Always lean into the dopamine. Or what your gut is telling you. Whoa. I still don't understand how Blob made a penguin habitat in 15 minutes. When after 3.5 hours, I mean, some of that was on the old zoo tour. After 3.5 hours, I was still just putting together the building blocks. Yeah, no, Bethan put a challenge upon me. She said, how about for a stream before Zoo 2, you challenge yourself to build an entire zoo in that 7.5, 8-hour session. I was like, I'm not sure my style of building or OCD can do that. And then I got told that Blob built a habitat in 15 minutes. And that if I built all my habitats in 15 minutes, I would have time for, like, the other zoo decor and buildings and such. I was like, what? He put a picture in the Discord as well of it. It looked pretty good. I was like, how? I'd be the worst speedrunner anyway. I no matter what game we are playing, I always take my time. I like taking my time. So I just cannot fathom. Blueprints? Yeah, maybe. Maybe he just like very quickly sculpted something out and then everything he used he created previously and just plopped down. Ready? I don't really know. He could just be that good. As Tina said, he ain't human. Pengu magic. Usually it takes me... Oh, it depends on the scale. It very much depends on the scale. I'd say usually 2 streams, sometimes 3. To build, like, a habitat as detailed as I'm used to. Make a nice looking habitat, really detailed. Usually about 2 streams. But if it's on the larger side, it could be 3. But he does one in 15 minutes. Like, jeez Louise. Look. I disagree with Tina on this. I think he's just more machine than man. Bugger, I've ruined this. Let's try that. Do, 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 do. Probably had panoramic views on it too. Perhaps. Like, realistically today might be a shorter stream. The way I'm feeling right now. But if it wasn't, then I would get the guest side of things done. And I would do a considerable amount of work. I don't know if I would finish it, but I'd get a lot of the rock work started. And then the next time I would stream this, I'd finish that. And I'd start working on the landscaping. Yeah, this is this is on the larger side of habitats for me. So maybe 3 streams to get this. Might be longer now if I'm having a shorter day today. We'll see. See this headache buggers off, you bastard. I honestly don't know why she hates faux rock and buffalo grass so much. I think she's just trolling at this point. I think she loves it. And you can quote that. Yeah, I may have to. I've had a very fun week. We've had a very exciting week. A lot of new games and playthroughs and finishing the zoo project on Tuesday. The reveals that day and on Thursday for Zoo 2. It's been very good, but I don't know. I feel exhausted today. Most weeks I don't. I feel fine. I just carry on. Yeah, we may have a shorter one today. I, for the life of me, can't line this up the way I want it. There we go. Got there in the end. What's nice is buffalo grass. For the most part, I don't see grass being something I place ever again. Because the grass foliage brush that's replacing this looks phenomenal. The only exception would be if the animal doesn't like much like grass terrain, then I would place my own. But yeah, I'm still going to place my own bushes, my own trees, my own rocks, all that stuff. Maybe use the nature brush purely for scenery and landscapes. And still adjust things if it's awful. But yeah, the replacement we're getting for this, so nice. I think I have an image of it somewhere, actually. I need to tidy up all my zoo folders. Yeah, here we are. Look at the difference, chat. Look at the grass you're seeing on the left of the screen. And then look at that. Look at the difference. It's the same picture. Huff my nuts, Grey Hammer. Look at it. They're both brushes. But the difference is staggering. We might see you on Tuesday. Maybe. Maybe. Is there another good picture of the grass? Kinda, hopefully not. Sorry, what was that in response to? Oh. Yeah, no, I get you. Still, I want birds uploaded to the Zoopedia, even the 3 that we've seen that aren't on there. But I get you. I would like to see some newer birds. It's definitely a yes and no. But they did say on the website the next few weeks are going to be dedicated to, like, bird information. So we're already getting 2 on Tuesday, but the week after we might get more. We might get like 5 or something. I don't know. They did that with aquatics, so. Even if Tuesday is the toucan and the hornbill, or the toucan and the white-tailed fish eagle, or a combination of 2 of those 3. Even if that is the case, then we're slowly ruling out all the things that we've currently seen. Terrestrials, we're still missing the grey wolf and the Eurasian beaver. Fish, aquatics rather. In terms of hero fish, I don't think there's any we're missing anymore, is there? There is still some shoaling fish that we've not seen, that we've seen in footage. Such as the blue tang. Pause! Finally, I was actually going to raid you today. I'm feeling very tired and headachy. And I don't know how long I'll be going for. How are you, though? How was your stream? Welcome in, everyone. You have joined it in the middle of an ad break. So apologies if any of you are in that. Headache, yeah. I think this week's caught up to me. I've taken some pills and I've been chugging water and it's not really helping at the moment. You also have one, but self-induced? How come? We've started our leopard habitat. I first built it too big, so I had to scale it back. That's a very temporary rock wall. We're going to do a lot of rocks in this. And I'm currently working on the barrier side of things. So the drop-off, the anti-climb, and the guest viewing window. All in little stages. What were you up to? What gave you a headache? The Pirates of the Caribbean starting to take shape. Ooh. Is it enough for any progress pictures that you can post in your Discord or mine? I was out with a friend last night and she makes me drink wine. Ah, okay, you're a little hungover. Oh yeah, I remember you saying actually yesterday you were going for some wine. Well, fair play to you for still streaming despite being hungover. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, we're at the ad break. Sorry if any of you were caught in that. Thank you for bringing your people over. Pause. If you need to raid and run, please do. Look after yourself. If you want to lurk, I appreciate that too. For those who don't know me, I'm live 6 days a week, and in those 6 days, usually 7.5, sometimes close to 8 hours a day. So a very long time. But today's looking like it's going to be a shorter one, because I just feel like ass, and not the good kind either. I did have fun. I'm going to go eat. Maybe play some more offline. Ooh. You're really into this Pirates build. I can't wait to see it, to be honest. I'm glad my Gibbon build inspired the idea of, like, traversal. And I really, really want to see that played out. Because I love pirates. I love Pirates of the Caribbean. And obviously we've been playing a lot of Black Flag, so I cannot wait to see how that works. Right, we're almost there. Do 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 do. Are you gonna have just the La Gibbon, or are you gonna have Siamang Gibbon living with them? Because they can cohabitate. It just depends on, like, obviously what your plan was. Funnily enough, I don't think it's what you want for your build, but just as a random fact, I'm pretty sure that both Gibbon can cohabitate with the orangutan as well. Let's have a look. So the La Gibbon gets species enrichment from being with the Siamang, the orangutan, and the Asian small-clawed otter. The Siamang, the orangutan, or the gibbon. The orangutan, ooh, they got loads. Siamang gibbons, Malayan tapirs, Bornean elephants, and the otters. That's pretty interesting. Has anyone ever been to a zoo where orangutans have lived with gibbons? I think I have seen it done before. Good day, sir. Good day to you. How are you doing, mate? Just La, but both colors. There's quite a lot of color variance, actually. The black coloration is usually the male, and the cream color is more the female. But I've had some other variants of that species as well. I did alright. I'm a bit tired and headachy today, so it could be a shorter stream. Apart from that, I can't complain. I'm looking forward to my day off tomorrow. I'm going to make another build video, though. King Penguin time. And then that just leaves the polar bear after that, plus like an overview of the whole project, which is now finished. You'll be in the crocodile area. I don't know why you mentioned that, and I thought of Peter Pan. Like Captain Hook. Imagine a Jungle Book. That'd be pretty cool, actually. A Jungle Book build? You could do Tarzan build with gorillas. So many options when it comes to like Disney. Yeah, I think the week's just caught up to me, mate. To be honest. I've had a very fun week, though. I've imagined a Jungle Book. Watch this space. Ooh. Hopefully you find the time for it. Sadly, the only thing you can't incorporate really is car. Because snakes are tied to exhibit boxes. Unless you incorporate the exhibit box. Oh, Zoo 2. Yeah, probably be better. I have seen orangutans. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen them as well. I've heard stories of them cohabitating with otters quite frequently as well. They really get along. I just wasn't sure about gibbons. Apparently they do live well together. God, my head is really going. Look. Ah. Do 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 do. What other animal-inspired Disney films are there? Immediately I thought of Jungle Book and Tarzan. What else? They have them with otters. We have the Bornean orangutan at the moment, don't we? I don't know if I want them in Zoo 2 or the other species. They are quite distinctive, like, differences, though, isn't there? Bambi, yeah. You could definitely do Bambi. Sumatran are more common, and we do have the Sumatran tiger, and you've been pointing out a lot of other Sumatran influences. So maybe we get the Sumatran one? That'd be nice. Fits with the reserve too. Dumbo. Lion King. Yeah, don't talk about Lion King. Ah, Ranezoos! No, you didn't. No. You misheard me. Yeah, Paws is currently building a Pirates of the Caribbean themed gibbon enclosure. And the idea came in my head of like a Jungle Book one or a Tarzan one. And my tired brain asked, what other Disney animal movies could you inspire some builds off? She mentioned Jungle Book. Oh, freaking Lion King. And I was like, no. Never again. Just don't do Skull Rock. Do you mean Pride Rock? What's Skull Rock from? Skull Rock is a famous natural rock formation in the USA. The famous landmark in Disney's Peter Pan. I was like, what the hell? Guess I need more sleep. You and me both. A Lord of the Rings themed zoo. How is Ooze today, mate? Skull Rock for the gator. Build a habitat for Gollum. Gollum. Currently powering up. I'm about to power down, mate. Oh, there's one thing we need to do. The old doubling up for alignment. Get rid of that. It's in the right. I'll probably add it to the cave section. I bet that's one of the many reasons you were really glad to have gone away where you did for 2 weeks. The amount of ride inspiration you must have gathered. You haven't seen how rides are returning in Planet Zoo 2 yet. Do, 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 do. Good lord, how many of these did I place? Ah, there we go. It took me 8 to 9 hours to fix my brake pads and put everything back together. It was fun. I did like 85% of it myself. Hell yeah. I have hundreds of photos. Right. We've given the guests their safety glass, their viewing. Now we need to put in the implied hot wire anti-climb. So the leopards can't just climb out. I'm thinking it's best to start over here again. And go around. Once that's done, it's pretty much done. We just gotta add some custom signs along the glass. And then that's stage 1. Stage 2 will be the actual rock wall. There's gonna be a lot of rocks in this one. And then stage 3 will be the rest, the landscaping. Why is hot honey so good? What'd you just have hot honey with? I tried it for the first time yesterday and I'm hooked. I had it on a pizza the other week. It was delicious. Hot honey, chili flakes, jalapenos, pepperoni, and spicy chicken. I was in heaven. No worries, Mel. Have a wonderful weekend, okay? Thank you for popping in. The various days that you have this week. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I won't feel guilty. I used to, but I stream so long now that I'm like, well, I gotta rest sometime, you know? Every now and then. Hello, Sandwich. How you doing today, mate? Wah. Oh. I had it with a barbecue, sausages and chicken. You had it with wings. You had a panini. So what you're saying is hot honey just goes with everything. I had hot honey with a pepperoni pizza recently. Yeah, same. Like I say, pepperoni, spicy chicken, chili flakes, and jalapenos with hot honey drizzle on top. I made that noise. Hello, Doubtfire. How you doing? Maybe use, maybe. Do 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 do. I had some wings at the bar yesterday. Where you went to the bar yesterday, where they mixed buffalo sauce, Alfredo sauce for the coating. It's very good. Thankfully fine. Yeah. Paws is a little hungover from the wine she had yesterday. And I have got a tired-induced headache today. So can we have your head? Cheeky. Great, thank you for this, by the way. This, I think is my favorite way of doing it now. It's It's much less stressful than the angled pieces. Fucking muss. What a muss everywhere. Yeah, it's getting better. That's good. Glad. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, that looks fantastic. Thank you for that. I definitely love the idea of hot wire more than just steel bars.
I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder.
That is a nice boulder. Daz, has your zoo committed tax evasion? Technically, yes. Because this zoo has been 10 years in existence already. And it's not done a single thing to earn or pay a thing. I had an apple mead on Tuesday that I made and it was delicious. Tasted like a crisp, sour apple. I don't really drink anymore unless it's for social occasions, which there's not really that many of at the moment. But I love a good ale, a good mead. With how little I drink now, it probably wouldn't take much to get me on my back. Do, do. I had quite a high tolerance when I was at uni. I think most people do when they go there. But after I came out of uni, I was like, yeah, I feel like ass now. I'm a detox. I'm just not gonna do it as much. that I learned to live without. Daz on his back. Don't be getting any ideas, mate. A couple of my worst instances weren't even my doing. There are 2 instances where I got so drunk, it was the worst like I'd ever been, that I'm pretty sure I had alcohol poisoning as well, because my vomit was as black as Satan's bumhole. I'll be honest. I expelled souls from the underground. I have a lot at my home, but usually I just drink a glass once a week or every other week. That was Greg trying to escape. I think he did. No, yeah, once was while I was at uni, I went to visit a friend at their uni. And we had a friend, a mutual, who literally, like, for some reason, I don't know why, but they had a very good, well-paying job. They weren't at uni, they were just visiting. They decided to take over, like, a whole corner of the bar, and they just kept on handing out drinks to everyone. We didn't have to buy a thing, and yeah, it just kept coming and coming and coming, and well, the rest is history. Another time, we were at a friend's house and we were doing funnels. If you don't know what funnels are, it's where, obviously, you have a funnel. Block it off. You pour a whole bottle of beer in. You let go, and it just rushes in. You just gotta down it, right? We were doing that, and unbeknownst to me, one of our friends replaced a bottle of beer with a whole bottle of Jack Daniels. I'm pretty sure I saw ghosts after that. Definitely smart colors. So yeah, no, I've had alcohol poisoning twice. I've been really bad twice. And after uni, I was just like, I can't be arsed anymore. Again, the occasional casual drink when socializing, but nothing too extreme anymore. Been there, done it. Don't want to do it again. You're a weekend drinker now? I just feel better for not drinking at all. Personally, I just feel a lot healthier. Hello, chemist. Yeah, I gave up a lot of that, and I just feel good. Have you heard of the legendary Tuber Knight? Elaborate. I've been really badly hungover once when I did a wine walk and drank like 39 different samples of beer they were offering. Why is it called a wine walk then? I'm confused. We have bowling after. Add 2 pitchers and a... Alliteration. Ah, okay. Yeah, we just call it a pub crawl. Because you crawl from one pub to the next. The wine walk. The worst sample that was there was a beer made from venison. A wine walk sounds more elegant, doesn't it? Sophisticated. Whereas a pub crawl sounds dirty. And often it is. You're gonna use that from now on? Yeah, that looks so nice. Gray, you continue to rise in my good book, sir. I love it. Six years ago, a college or high school student, I don't know, put a tuba on his head wielding a pipe and the rest of the tuba as a shield. I became the tuba knight. I thus began an epic music of the tuba race. Am I drunk now? I didn't know. I do wine walks, yapping about my issues to the dog. That's amazing, Soph. Boop, 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 boop. Must have had a lot. It's affecting all of us. Remember, you are made up in my head. Whenever I walk my dog, he's too busy trying to pee on everything in sight. Do, 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 do. I'm currently sunburnt, which I use as an excuse to not go to my husband's family barbecue. Fair enough. Do 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 do. Would that have been your plan today then? I would have found some other excuse. Do you not like his family, no? It's totally fine. I just do not enjoy being around people. That's fair enough. I get it. Sunburn is no bueno. Right, I want to finish this. I've not done a good glass barrier in a long time. Really long time. It's quite nice, actually. Do 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 do. Where can I post a link to the Tubanite pictures? I don't know, screenshots? Others may get a cackle out of it. Do, 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 do. Especially if it's bad enough that you feel every little breeze. I'm heading off for a bit. Hopefully you're here when I get back. If not, I hope you feel better soon. Thank you. Yeah, if I am gone when you get back, have a good weekend, yeah? It's very ironic, actually. I was talking yesterday about how I could have easily slept through my alarm. I didn't, and I felt great, and I streamed and everything. As Sandwich was talking about, like, if you did need to rest up, get that extra sleep. Today's the day I needed it. Do, 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 do. Oh, no Donkey Kong for all freaking ever at this rate. Yeah, no, it's funny. Saturdays are a weird blend, right? Saturdays are days we've dedicated to horror streams, to chill zoo streams, and also rage-inducing Donkey Kong streams. Saturday's a mixed bag, to be honest. Just wait until they remake the Donkey Kong Country games. You know I have the power of no! Bonanza? Bonanza's done with. We finished Bonanza. Right, we're almost there. They're releasing Croc 2. Croc was a weird one. It's not a remake, it's a remaster, but it's like... It's a weird remaster. It's like upscaled. Original style, but like crisper. It was very fun playing Croc again. We beat it in one session. But yeah, they're doing Croc 2 now. I don't know where it's coming out. We have the Crash Bandicoot games to play soon. Apparently there's a leak. I've not looked into it, but there's a leak of a new Crash Bandicoot game in the works, apparently. We have a new Spyro game coming out next year. We have a Croc 2 remaster coming out. Loads of old gems. Ocarina of Time in November as well. That remake. Oh no, that means a friend of mine is going to do another achievement 100% run. For what, sorry? If another Crash Bandicoot's made. I was thinking of doing a 100% Crash Bandicoot run. You're going to see a lot of Greg. Which I'm sure you're delighted about. If I do. It's funny, right? Crash Bandicoot 1 and Crash Bandicoot 3 have bonus levels that are really challenging. Especially to speedrun and get the relic for. And I was like so glad that Crash Bandicoot 2 didn't have one. I was like, oh, this will be easy in comparison. So many Crash Bandicoot 2 levels really did me in. I underestimated it. And apparently Crash Bandicoot 4 is harder than all of them. I wouldn't know. I never even finished the game. A very common criticism of Crash Bandicoot 4 is that it's really difficult. But it's been a while since we tried it, so... No, the opposite of hard. Sorry, of what you said. It has a bit of a higher skill ceiling for what people are saying. To be fair, Crash Bandicoot has always been somewhat of a hard game, somewhat punishing. If you have Crash Bandicoot and Spyro next to each other, they are very different. Spyro is very chill. Very calm and relaxing in comparison. I wouldn't say Spyro is a hard game at all, to be honest. Some of the mini games maybe. But yeah, no, Crash Bandicoot can really boil some blood. And apparently Crash Bandicoot 4 is even more the case. I think it's because you have different masks in that game, don't you? You have like anti-grav masks and wall running and tons of shit. There's a mask where you like constantly spin and I don't know. Cool, I'll look later, Ginlet. Usually they make them too easy for the lowest common denominator. Yeah, apparently not the case for... In fact, it's worth a Google. Yes, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, is widely considered the hardest game in the entire franchise, offering a brutal challenge that easily surpasses the original trilogy. While just finishing the main story is a tough feat for casual players, going for 100% or 106% completion requires near perfection and extreme time investment. Precise platforming that requires exact jump distances, split-second reflexes, and complex combinations of sliding, double jumping, and spinning. The new gameplay mechanic of quantum masks requires you to phase objects in and out of existence or alter gravity mid-air, adding layers of intense coordination. Stages are significantly longer and more intricate than older games, meaning a single mistake late in a level sends you all the way back to a checkpoint. Plus, finding every single crate for completionism often means hunting for obscure off-screen placements that are often easy to miss. There you go. It is widely considered the hardest Crash Bandicoot game. We never even finished it as a casual playthrough, let alone go for 100%. We're gonna be playing all four. We're gonna be attempting this. Like I say, you're gonna see me lose my head. It's definitely one of those games that you have to fail repeatedly until you've like perfected the rhythm, the pattern, the route. Crash Bandicoot isn't a game you perfect first try. I'll go bald and grey before Zoo 2. Perhaps. Sounds like a skilly. Yeah! I shouldn't do that. How are you today, mate? You're doing pretty good. I'm glad to hear it, mate. Cappy came out swinging. It's because he keeps escaping from the zoo. He knows he's a badass. Alright, we're almost there. Well, I say that, it never feels like it. See, I never went back. Did they actually never find that capybara? Is it still out there? I hope it's okay. So I have Greg and you have Jeffy. Nice. The Scottish one was found. Yeah, what about the Marwell one? How did Capybara keep escaping? It's alive because people keep seeing it. They just can't catch it. Okay. That's good. Glad it's alive. Having the time of its life. Hey, Knight. Thank you for the 30 stream streak. I appreciate that, mate. How you doing? Ooh. We had a leopard escape. Did they not have hot wire, no? You've inducted me into the cult of hot wire now. I love this. It was in the zoo, I think. They caught it pretty early. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, a leopard's far big of a deal than a capybara. I find it funny how cappies are the animals that keep escaping. Yeah, what is happening? How are their habitats set up? Are they like Jurassic raptors that could open doors and shit now? Do we not realize? I just love you and I miss you. Hello, duh. How you doing? Yeah, I think they're lacking rocks, to be honest. They need more rocks. They're all stacked on a cappy ladder. I could be better, Dirt. I have a headache. I'm very tired. Today will be a shorter stream, unfortunately. Outside of that, I'm doing fine. Yeah, leopard makes sense to escape. A capybara, and not just once, but multiple times, is kind of weird. I like Jaff's idea, though. They're all just, like, stacking on each other's shoulders. They're like, once you get out, open the door, yeah? And then he's like, no. And just walks off. Never to be seen again. Surely this is now a question of, like, everyone who houses cappies has to be like, right. How do we anti-escape this? I see the end. It's also not a species I could picture looking for escape points. Yeah. With the Scottish one, or even the other one, did they figure out how it escaped? Or not? It does. I've almost gone through this whole bottle already. Even the headache pills I took aren't working. Ooh. Penguins of Madagascar. Cappy edition. Yeah, no, it's very, very humorous. I think if that gorgeous animal does make a return in Planet Zoo 2, fingers crossed it does, I might build them a prison cell. It does not. Sandwich. I've had stream open for a bit. I'm tempted to add an out of context quote from Pause. Another one? The other day, she couldn't stop talking about me whapping my little man out. Like. Or right. I think what I'll do is I'll finish this. My eyes just went blurry then. My vision went blurry. I'll finish this. And then probably call it there for today. Sorry about that. Oh. At Marwell, they were in a temporary enclosure that had a gap, and they both escaped, but the male just didn't go very far. The female scarpered. Trust the male to be too lazy to get away. Like, I've seen enough of the outside world. Take me back. So they were in a temporary enclosure, not their usual one. They were being moved, were they? Beauty. Thank you guys. It's been quite a while since I had a headache last, so it was about to catch up to me. All right. The end is in sight. I do want to delete all the doubled up bars as well. It's while health checks are being done. They're going to have security personnel every time they check a capybara now. Armed guards. My head is getting better. It's not as bad as I thought. It could have been worse. It could have been what I said during Pal World on Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Thursday. I got a new fire pal, didn't I? Oh, what's it called? Moldron? It's like a little chibi dragon thing. And We were learning about the breeding base, and I was being told that for most passives to work, you need the saddle. So I made one for Moldron, and you sit on his head. So you can imagine what I said. Oh, that was the worst noise to be played. Hello, Val. I got some bad news for you. Actually, we might be able to do something while you're here. The bad news is I woke up today with a horrendous headache. I will be ending soon. Because my vision just went blurry. So, unfortunately, yeah. I know you just joined. The good news, though, is we've done some progress, and I'm going to try get those leopards. Before I end. How long have I been live for? Almost 5 hours, so it's, at this rate, it might be the full day anyway. Do 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 do. How are you anyway? Yeah, I'm gonna finish this hot wire that I'm adding for the anti-climb for the leopards. I'm gonna delete all these doubled up bars. And I'm gonna see if I can get you the leopard. Because you want a white one, right? And there's... it's gonna take some RNG. I'll have to buy 1,000. Chilling at home today. Me to my friends. Bad news, guys. I woke up today. Oh my god, I'm gonna start every stream like that. Not to... Ooh. They went blurry again. Not to trauma dump. But I woke up. And I'm here. Oh my god, it's actually perfect. Look at that! Ah, what am I doing? Shut up, fucking dickhead. Right, you see where these are all doubling up now? I just need to delete that. And then I'm good. Then I'm good. Although I will get the leopard. Do, 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 do. Dash just wants to be himself. To be fair, I'm amazed that we've gone for 5 hours almost. But no amount of water I'm drinking or headache pills are making it any better. I was hoping it'd wear off. Usually when the blurry vision happens, it's a sign it's about to get worse, so... But I've not had a headache in a while. Surprised it's taken this long. Do 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 do. What's everyone else's plan for the day? I'm binding mini leather and cowhide notebooks. I tell you what, that is one of the most fascinating things I've heard in a while. Do you do that often? Is that a hobby of yours? Play games, lol. What, Pal World or? You got some other things on the radar. Achievement hunting in Stellaris. Is it Stellaris? 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 Dolores? Okay, we're here. It gotta be done. And then on Tuesday's Zoo stream, we will focus on the rock work for these leopards barrier. There's gonna be a lot of rocks. I'm gonna add a bigger waterfall to this one as well. I don't think... Do leopards swim? I know jaguar do. Do leopards? I'm adding water anyway, because it looks scenic. And they got a drink, you know. Yeah, they do. Fantastic. My idea is gonna work out then. A lion is the only big cats that don't like to swim. Or are there others? Do cheetahs swim? I know tigers love it as well. Tiger and jaguar. I don't think cheetah do. Yeah, once I've deleted these, I'll show you my my vision. Definitely a trust the process kind of dealio. So here's what we have. It was bigger than this. I had to subtract a lot of it. It was a bit too big. But we have our barrier now for our guests. We've gone for a glass viewing this time. And we've got our anti-climb hot wire all the way around. We're going to have a base level. And we're going to have a big old pool that is going to be fed down from a waterfall. Big waterfall area. Coming from the top of the rocks. And then we're going to have multiple elevations of land. Lots of landscaping. And we're going to try connect a lot of that with as much climbing as possible. Give the leopards a lot of places to kind of hide away in. If they're feeling shy, which leopards do in fairness. And then within the rock wall at the back, we're going to have their actual shelter hidden away. So yeah, there'll be a lot of rocks at the end of this. Whoa! Hello, Kiri. How you doing? Right. I want to quickly grab all of this. Rawr. So yeah, no, I had an option. I was either going to build the leopard habitat quite similar to how real world zoos do them. You know, the whole like aviary mesh, that kind of way. have a bit of an overpass going over some like barrier as well. But I figured that's actually something I want to do in Planet Zoo 2. And I would love to do a comparison between the two games and two styles. So I'm building a more open, a more natural, a lot more like spacious habitat for this. Kind of make it look like a little slice from their habitat with some zoo elements. And then in Zoo 2, we can use the new aviary roof feature to do something a little more zoo-like. And then we can compare them. Oops. Oops. On Tuesday, I'm going to fix this as well. There's a lot of flickering. I'm not going to do it now because it'll take a while. And my head cannot take it. Boop. Right. I want to see what leopards we can get. I think I literally just have to keep buying everything. And they're refreshing. Do you ever use blue light glasses? No. I'll be honest, my headaches aren't caused by staring at a screen. That doesn't help, but they're usually caused due to sleep. I often wake up with a headache rather than develop one later in the day. Sometimes I sleep too deeply. How long do you think it'll take to get a black or white leopard? That sounds good. See how far you've come from one game and go into the other? Yeah. That's exactly it. I honestly don't know if there are white ones. There's definitely black ones. At least 5. See, if this was franchise and not sandbox, I bet people are selling them for a lot of conservation credits. But because we're in sandbox, we're just using what's randomly generated. I tell you what, I'll do a handful more. See if we get lucky or not. Because we might be here a while. I feel like I'm shiny hunting in Pokemon right now. How many leopards are you adopting? I have to adopt them so I can refresh the list, I'm pretty sure. I can't just spam refresh. Oh, a black one. Your stats are terrible, but who cares? Yeah, see, look, I've got Zeam, Nyari, and Simba. Refresh, you got the same ones. Can someone confirm? Are there white ones? There's we got a black one now that you can have, Val. How many leopards in a handful? Is a handful, sorry. I think I've adopted about 100. You know what? I'll Google it. Planetzoo white African leopard. In Planetzoo, a completely white or albino African leopard does not exist as a standard native color variant. Instead, the African leopard features a melanistic black panther and a Eurothinistic strawberry or golden color morph. A true white-coated variant in the Planetzoo big cat roster applies to this. Okay, so apparently there's a golden variant. Yeah, it might be. Oh my god, how many? 110. You could, yeah, name the black one, Val. And then we're gonna add a male one as well. So whoever else wants to name the male one can. Well, I've got freaking. Hold on. Enable death through aging. Turn that off. Should have done that to begin with. I don't know what the golden leopard is. I'm gonna look at the description. There's yellow fur with black beige. See if any of these change. It could be like a very discreet thing. Yeah, so that just says melanistic, look. The other variant would say the other one, surely. No, I don't think we have one. I don't know how noticeable it is. I've never built for these, so I've never seen them. Does this might help? A list of zoo animals and their variants. Oh shit. Oh, okay. So that's what the other variant looks like. Why have I just seen African wild dogs? And I'm like, they better be in a zoo too. I don't think I built for them either. So there's a white Bengal tiger. Makes sense. Okay. We'll just go for a standard. So now we need a male. Who's our best bachelor? That one. Oh, that one. Yeah, we'll do that one. Cool. The others, I will literally just sell. Oh my god, you got a scar down your face. Both sides. What happened? You're pretty beat up, actually. There's our male. So that's what it'll look like. That's the scale of them. Obviously, it's quite a large enclosure. But once we add all the rock work and stuff... Ah! No, you frickin' don't. Tell you now. Cheeky little blighter. Okay. Did anyone want to name the male? You don't have to. It's all good. It went right for the escape route. It knew. It was very clever. Their water is filthy. I will probably put them back in the trade center. Dazzle 3. Yeah, this is filthy. They look better in Zoo 2, but honestly, they don't look bad in this. They were a later animal to be added. Oh my god, I looked cross-eyed for a second then. That's me if I sit on this computer any longer. Right, let's get all these. I'm gonna put every leopard in quarantine. Right. We've made a good start, at least. We've made a good start. I just want to boop them. Boop. The old double save trick. Also, welcome back, Paws. Yeah. I've painted out the space, the shape. We got a lot of rock work to do on Tuesday. I've made the custom barrier for the guests. I've made the overhang. I've made the hot wire anti-climb all the way around. We need to add custom signs. We need to make them. And yeah, I've got to do all the rock work, all the landscaping, all that jazz. It's not as much as I wanted to do today, but yeah, I can't stream anymore. My head is pounding. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Sadvich, for the little wolf whistle there. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, the plan is we'll do a series of like one-off builds like this, and then when we build for these animals in Zoo 2, we can directly compare the two. See what we like more. See if we've improved. See what style we like better. Frontier Monday? Nah, it'll be Tuesday. Because we're getting more animal reveals, aren't we? Tuesday is the Zoopedia reveal day. Are we getting 10 animals on Tuesday? Finally, some birds. Look up games by Yams. It's a collection. Can you not just put it in the Discord for me, mate? In the suggested channel. I'll probably forget, I'll be honest. Oh, you are, you pause. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Yeah, add it to the suggestions, Bob. And I will have a look. I like doing a horror day once a month. I can't really afford to do more than once a month, but you said these are free anyway. Val has also sent me some game suggestions for horror as well. So at some point this month of August, I can't believe we're in August now, we'll do another horror stream. I'll look at what you've put in there, I'll look at what Val sends me and what else I find, and yeah, we'll have a horror stream. Alright, I'm just gonna end. Just wait till Thursday. Dad's gonna hate the zoo countdown that day. No. No. Say it's not so. Right. You have to say that day as the full number. Okay? There's no other answer that I would accept. Right. We managed 5 hours. Sorry it wasn't the usual 7.5. But I need to get away from the PC. Okay? I appreciate you guys popping in. We'll be back live on Monday with the usual schedule. Probably Power World again on Monday. It's too addictive. But then Tuesday we'll continue with this. As well as check out all the Zoo 2 stuff. Okay? So yeah, I'm just going to end it there, guys. Thank you so much for popping in. Sorry for those that just joined recently and you have not been here long. Yeah. I will let you say your goodbyes, Sandwich. Forgive me, Val. Yeah, apologies again. Thank you, though, for being understanding. And I will catch you guys next week. See you on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Okay? We'll catch up on Monday. Bye-bye.